naikkan di situ. Itu ya, naikkan di situ. Orang sini nggak keluar.
Sangat jelas.
Itu ya, naikkan di situ. Orang sini nggak keluar. Jamnya ya. Tadi chat dulu. Pak Wisdi coba di chat.
Sangat jelas.
Orang sini nggak keluar. Jamnya ya. Beneran. Tadi chat dulu. Pak Wisdi coba di chat.
Sangat jelas.
Orang sini nggak keluar.
Kedengeran suaranya Mbak?
Mbak dicat dulu. Pak Wisdi coba dicat.
Jelas.
Orang sini nggak keluar.
Penculik ya.
Tadi diganggu gak sih? Suara beda.
Leo cek Leo. Soal ketiga.
Iya, iya tuh. Pak, kayaknya aku kan moderator. Aku harus melihat orang itu, soalnya aku nggak tahu dia ngomong apa.
Di Zoom ini kalau mau dihidupkan, dia harus mute.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all dear participants. So now I'm Fitri Masito, will be the moderator for today's seminar. Let's start with the high spirits. For today, we have several speakers who are expert in this field to explore new interdisciplinary direction of knowledge and technology for the most influential ideas and innovation in education and research. For the first keynote speaker, we have Professor Muhammad Jaffer Zainuti, HP. Hello, Professor. Good morning. Are you with us? Professor Jaffer, are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Could you hear my voice clearly, Professor?
Yeah, I can hear you and I can see the dignitaries in the hall.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. So now to the chorus yours for presentation. But before, I want to introduce yourself first for the all participants.
Okay, can I start now?
May I to introduce yourself first for to our participant, Professor?
Okay. Right. Thank you very much, Chairman.
My name is
Okay.
Fitri. Yes.
Right. My name is Muhammad Jafri Zainal Abidin. Okay. I am a lecturer at City University Malaysia now, and before that, I was a lecturer at University Science Malaysia. Okay, I've been involved in education faculty for more than 35 years. So, uh, and I can see my good friend there, Professor Riswanto, in Israel. All right then. Okay, my field is TESOL, teaching of English as a second language, or teaching of English as a foreign language, or teaching of English for speakers of other languages. So it depends. So, for instance, like in Indonesia, I'm sure English is taught as a foreign language. So, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to share my experiences, regarding the teaching of English over the years. And of course, we're going to, and the title of my talk is TESOL, Past, Present, and Future. Okay, so that's the title of my talk today. Okay, so I believe when we talk about the past, about TESOL, we look at grammar translation, structural syllabus, communicative syllabus. Okay, even though I say that it is in the past, but actually it's still being used in the world today. Okay, I'm sure in Indonesia, grammar translation is still being used, and like in Malaysia as well, grammar translation is being used as well, to help students understand, okay, to help students understand the teaching of the language. Right. Grammar translation, I just give a short view on it. So when the teaching of grammar is concerned, it's more towards the teaching of grammar and translation. Okay. So if you teach English, it could be translated into the native speakers language, so that the language teaching will become easier. Okay. Of course, when we look at the past, especially when grammar translation method and syllabus and structural syllabus are concerned, it is the teacher who plays the major role. Okay, so the teacher is the one who's teaching, and students just listen. Okay, there's not much communication, but there's a lot of learning, a lot of teaching. So the role of the teacher is very important in the past, right? I'm not saying that the role of teacher is not important now. It is, but different roles. So in the past, it's the teacher who is teaching, and students will learn the grammar. Okay, so that is what is needed then. Okay, so basically, grammar translation classes are primarily conducted in the mother tongue. Okay, so it helps to learn a foreign language and its correct sentence structure. Okay, so they are very keen on the correctness, the fluency, the correctness of the language. Okay, so this is different. Today is different. Today is different altogether. And the focus is on pronunciation, reading, and writing. So it's not on speaking. So that's why in many foreign language classes, it's very quiet because the teacher is doing all the talking. The students
Okay.
listen and try
Excuse,
to absorb. Yeah.
excuse me, Professor. Could you please to
Yes.
share the presentation?
Sorry.
Could you please to share the slideshow of your presentation, please?
Uh, uh, um, okay. I've already given the slides to the committee. I can't share because in on my screen here I can't share it. Wait, let me see. Let me
Okay,
try.
great. Okay, you can continue.
You can use if you can use my, because I've given the slides. to the committee members, so you can play it there, right? Right. Okay, because I just can't project it here, no? So I'm just so I have it on my other computer, and that's where I'm just looking at it.
Okay, maybe
Can
you
I
can
con-
continue, Professor.
can I continue?
Yes, of course, please.
Ah, okay, all right. No? So, what is the advantage or the merit of the grammar translation method? One of it is that students learning gets easy, and they can uh, easy because it is taught sometimes in the native language, so it's become easier. So, and another thing is that students feel comfortable as the mother tongue is used to teach foreign language, and they are free to ask questions in between them. So, so it become easy for the students because they can use the native language to ask questions. And demerits, what are the disadvantage? That in grammar translation method, we don't use speaking. There's very little speaking is done by the student. Okay, and the focus, the grammar translation method focus only on grammar rules, on grammar rules. So I think I go on from there. And then I have structural syllabus. So I think structural syllabus is another syllabus that concentrate on grammar, on the teaching of grammar. Okay. So you have my slides there. Right. So this is slide number 5 already. Yeah. Slides number 5. Right. So I'll continue again. So let's see. So in even in structural syllabus, grammar makes up the core of the syllabus. Whatever rules are followed, whatever rules are followed. Learning a language means learning to master the grammar rules. Okay. So what is important here is that when language is concerned, in the past, grammar is very important. So we learn grammar a lot. But I just like to share is that even with my students, they are good at grammar. But when it comes to speaking, it is a bit on the poorer side. Okay, even that today we say that, oh, today, is conservative communicative language teaching, but even it's communicative language teaching, uh, but grammar, in some, especially I'm sure in even in Indonesia, grammar is concentrated. Okay, so I'll just go on to communicative language teaching. So in Malaysia, communicative language teaching came in 1975. 75. That was a long time ago. And indeed, in Malaysia, uh, in Malaysia, grammar, the communicative syllabus was used immediately when after it was introduced in Europe and also in the UK. Okay, so I was just to tell it here now is that I was a product of the communicative syllabus. So in 1975, when I was 14 years old, so we were introduced to language. But our basic was in the structural syllabus. So we have already learned about grammar, and because at that time in Malaysia, uh, education was mainly in English, was taught in English. So it was very interesting that when you introduce the new syllabus is not that strong, right? And basically everybody could speak the language. So I'm on slide 8 now. I just don't because I've spoken about structural syllabus and we have a limited time, so I've gone to communicative syllabus. Okay. Right now, communicative, the basic. This is slide 9. Slide 9. Basic principles of communicative language teaching. Basic principles of CLT are: learners learn a language. Learners learn a language by communicating in it. Encourage authentic and natural communication. Fluency of communication is emphasized. Different language skills are integrated. Learning involves trial and error. So, in other words, when communicative language teaching is concerned, the students are supposed to be speaking a lot. Okay, speaking a lot. So when at that time I remember that it's good if you are a waiter in a hotel, and you are serving sometimes in it, and you use English. So what are the kind of notion or that you'll use in the teaching of English? So so it is very authentic. It's very authentic. So I can go on to the next slide. Okay. So CLT involves meaningful and purposeful interaction, motivation, individualization, learning strategies which play a major part in teaching any language. So indeed, to a certain extent in communicative language teaching, the students are more motivated. Okay, more motivated because they are given uh, more time. Okay, you are given more duty, to use. But the most important thing in communicative language teaching. Okay, so this is teacher's role. The next slide, please. The teacher's role. So a facilitator than a controller. So this is a very big term, a facilitator. So you are not already in control. The teacher might be in control, but as a facilitator. So that means you encourage students to speak. And also offering help, but not control. So whereas in the old syllabus, in grammar translation and structural syllabus, the teacher was in control. So here the teacher helps the students to use the language. So this is a very important role, and it goes on. I just want to share is that the communicative syllabus was introduced in the 1970s. Okay, and to be frank, it is still it is the last theory that being used until today. Okay, in the teaching of language until today, we are still we are still using communicative language teaching. So we give a lot more to the students. So I just let's go on. Okay. So here I would like to share some experience I had as a TESOL or TESOL lecturer. The next slide. So why? Because indeed I did my I got my PhD way back in 1991. 1991. So that was a long time ago. So, but what I did was in Penang, in USM, I introduced project work. Project work is a lot on CLT, on communicative language teaching. It's group work, and it has a different view altogether from the classic teaching. Okay, so it motivated the students. There's a lot of learner autonomy and group work and future time assessment. So when I introduced project work in 1992 in Penang, and I believe that I was the first to introduce it in Malaysia, because later Malaysian Education Department used project work in the teaching of most of the subjects. So, what is project work? So project work is that I got everyone to be involved. Okay, so this is communicative language teaching. So the good students, the weak students, and they work together, and they produce. So I give a lot of autonomy to the students. What do you mean by autonomy? Is that they decide on the topic they're going to do. Okay, so they decide. So I had like, for instance, they took a bus with a video camera at that time, and they took videos of the bus and the destination, and they reported. So at the end of the day, in the project work, they have to report. They have to write a report with with videos or with pictures and so on. So indeed, at that time, I'm already using blended learning or flipped classroom. Okay, so I'm sure if you are learning language now, you know what blended learning or flipped classroom is all about. So indeed, I use that. All those things in 1992. So before all this came out, on came out in the teaching at the time. Okay, so the students were very happy because everybody was involved, and there's a lot, and the teaching of English become something that is not limited to the classroom but to outside. So get everybody to communicate. So as a teacher or as a lecturer, I'm the facilitator. The students do all the work or did all the work, and I help them. I facilitate them to get it done better. So it created a lot of, it given them a lot of autonomy. So there's autonomy to the students, right? But one thing that was difficult then was how to assess the students. So it was group work, and how to assess them. In those days, my senior colleagues, lecturers, they were against it because they said that it can't be assessed. It's not like a test, So you give everybody a test, but how do you assess? So that was very, very difficult then. But today, that is what's happening today. So people, we are doing language learning using the internet, computers. So how do you assess? How do you make sure that the students don't copy? So those are the kind of things that I introduce. That's one. So the other thing is that computers, later, when I was studying for my PhD then, uh, first time, I went first time for a lecture that I attended, they were using computers, That was in 1998 at Edinburgh University. And it was a call session. They call it call, computer aided language learning. So it was so different. So it was in 1998, and I bought my first computer then. Just for information, my computer hasn't got any hard disk. It was just using floppy disk, right? So can you imagine that? Those days, there's no hard disk, it's a floppy disk. That's I'm reading that to the present, which is the technology in TESOL. So today, so computers is the main thing. Internet is the main thing today. So indeed, is commonly. So I just like to tell you that in that time, it was very difficult. So when I was a lecturer in 2002, what I did was I had one session. I introduced animation for my TESOL students, Bachelor of TESOL animation. So, but they had a lot of difficulty doing it. But my students then was minoring in multimedia. But even doing animation then was so difficult for them. That was 2002. But can you imagine today, animation can be done by primary school kids? Okay, so you can see the development of computer technology. That means last time in 2002, when I wanted to do animation in computer, for my TESOL students, they were doing it difficultly. But can you imagine today, primary students can come out with animation, can come out with comics strips and talking and voicing and so on with using apps in technology today. So can you see the progress? The progress. So in over just 20 years, in 20 years, students are so good in computer today. Okay, they are good in computers. Teaching is through the internet and so on. So I just want to share here, ICT and TESOL. Teachers and students use ICT, information communication technology, for teaching and learning the skills of English language, such as reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So that is today, present time. So I'm sure we had the COVID pandemic, a few years ago. So that was when we realized that the use of the internet, ICT was very important. Okay, so students were learning from home. So can you imagine that students were learning from home, and teachers were teaching using the computers. We were talking to the computers to the students. It was a different time altogether. But in the past, it has to be face to face. You teach and the students are in front of you. But then now it was so different. So different in the sense that you don't have that they can learn through the computers, through the laptops. So that's what's happening now. So ICT tools are digital infrastructures like computers, laptops, scanners, software programs, data, projectors, and so on. ICT devices are the latest tools, concept, techniques used students to teacher, students to student, and information. So how do you assess them? So we have like something, we gave them project, so then they can do it and then send it to us by the emails. So in other words, the education become more liberal. More liberal assessments become more liberal. So you have my master students. They can send in the assignments by just sending them through the email then today. But of course, again, so indeed it was going to be very difficult because how to ensure that they have done it themselves. So that's something that they need to do. Okay. So you can see the next slide. Skill. So next slide. Skills needed in order to be good in ICT, skills needed. So digital knowledge on pedagogy and technology to meet learners' needs. Teachers must be good in pedagogy and technology as well. Skills of curriculum, materials for activities and tests, ability to nurture creativity, evaluate students' work online. So, even the assessment is so different today. It's online, online. So they don't sit 2 hours, 2 hours in the hall answering questions. So my current students now, so they are given online. They are given 1 week to do the exam. Okay, and they did it brilliantly. Ability to back up lesson plans, resources, and reports, social networking skills of how online network works, and then netiquette involved, experience of online project work. So today is there's so many things. You have social media, you have your smartphone. Nearly everybody has a smartphone, and you can do it from, and you can communicate in during the using the smartphone. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, technology will be highlighted in the following ways. Websites related to the cultural and linguistic diversity will be assessed. Sources of information for lesson plans, teaching strategies, translation websites. And so there are so many things that make language learning simpler. Okay. So last time, we always say that, oh, you need to speak English. Okay. Speak English to your friends. Oh, very difficult. But today, you not only can speak English to your friends, but you can speak English to your friends who is a native speaker. Okay, it's like a pen pal. So you have somebody in Australia or in UK or in America, and you can communicate. You can practice easily then. And also you can check your grammar. You can translate websites. So all this can be done today. So you can see the development. So I told you just now, first time I saw computer was 1988, but today it is so advanced. So electronic journals articles may be used for various assignments. I have to say that I seldom go to the library anymore now because all my materials are accessed, can get it from the computer, from the internet. So it's quite easy. Yeah? Computer software adapted to the special academic needs. So indeed, to that extent, teachers can use the technology to help students improve better. So as I said just now, you want to learn listening. Okay, you can get it easily now. You don't have to bring your radio or tape and listen. You can just go to the YouTube and play, some videos, and so on. Then, so it becomes so easy then today. Yeah? So it's so easy today, right? So you can okay. Can we go to the next slide, please? Right. So I have already mentioned here that today we have emails, social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, Telegram, you know, uh, TikTok, etc. And we can use it on our smartphones. So this is the advancement today that we have. So teachers must be good at this in order to teach the language. So indeed today the learning of language is simpler. Is simpler. So next slide, so I can share with you ICT tools for literacy. So you can see that you have programs like Educations, Canva, Google Slides, Pixton, Google Forms, Talkie, Xmind, Read, Write Things, Storybird. So there are many things. Storybird, this last month I used Storybird for my students to come up with their own comics, comic strips. So in other words, we can do many things and quite easily using the computer technology today. Okay, but again, I would like to stress that even though we have all this, actually uh, the important thing is that the basic must be strong. The basic must be strong. So your technology, your teaching, you still have to rely on your grammar, on your methodology, and so on. Then, okay. Next, okay. So next, these are the what you can do in today's educations to make educational videos on grammar, right? Okay, next, Google Slides, Pixton. Read, write, and think offer free access to good quality materials for reading and language arts instruction. Storybird, to write their own storybook. So these are some things that I'm just putting in. Okay, what is the pro and cons then in technology? So pro is that advantage is flexibility. So it's easy use of any suitable gadgets in learning, quality, easy access anytime and anywhere, opportunities, participants from all levels, coordination, integration of four skills. This one is could be done easily. But what are the problems then? Dependency. Students read and write less, rely too much on technology. I'm sure this is what's happening today. Reliability of information. Some information are fake. Or misleading. Social media, addiction to what happened, and there's no limitation. So students are using social media not for education, but for different things then. Distractions, students focus or expect more entertainment. And you have cyberbullying as well and health issues. Symptoms like eye pain, neck pain, and blurred vision. So these are some of the things that could happen then. Okay, you can carry on with that. Right. So just want to show you then application of ICT in Bloom's taxonomy. So we all study, when we study language, we study about Bloom taxonomy. So over here, everything is there. So the basic, like remembering, the lower scale. So you have highlighting, so it's simple. And to the higher level, you have creating, blogging, you have like a lot of things, orchestrating and so on. So indeed, to a certain extent, our students are very good at that. They're not only having the lower order thinking skills, but they are also having higher order thinking skills when technology is concerned. So indeed, the learning of language become simpler, as I mentioned just now. Okay, so we go on. All right, so we go on. The next slide is on explaining, understanding. These are all Bloom taxonomy. I think I need not explain much here. So the next slide is on the future. Okay, the future. Okay, now, what is the future then? So the present time, teaching of language, we are using a lot of technology. Okay, future, we are also using technology. So the only thing that I want to tell you here is that the world's attention is now fixed on the unfolding impact of generative AI tools on knowledge and creator economy. AI is artificial intelligence. Schools serving as the very epicenters of knowledge and creative work may well be the first place the broader public sees tangible change take shape. As it is so often the case, our young people are leading the adoption and advancements of these new technologies. The term digital native, remember digital natives by Fransky, already seems outdated as Generation Z or Z, and those that follow them have will inevitably be experts in these new technologies faster than many adults. Seeing youth as experts with real understanding and knowledge can open new exciting cases, applications for new technologies like AI. So, the youngsters are very good today with the technology. Okay. So they are very good in technology is that when we teach them, they can learn fast, faster than last time. So indeed, when we use technology to teach language, yes, they will learn faster, but they have to work harder. They have to work harder. So AI helps them. AI can help them. So indeed, we are using AI today. So I just give you an example. The next slide. Writing using AI. Writing is easy now. Okay, you can write an essay with just 5 words. Okay, list the word and the AI apps will write you the essay. You could have a perfect essay, resume, etc. regarding writing. Example is shown in the next slide. So indeed, today, uh, I mean, the future. This is for the future. This is the start. Starting now for the future. It's so simple. Or writing of essay is becoming so simple. For instance, like you give them 5 words, and the computer will do it for you. AI will do it for you and come up with a 5 paragraph essay, a good essay, right? Last time it was so difficult, but now it's so easy. Yeah? Even for PhD students, and I'm sure many of you students here are doing your PhD now, so or your masters. So if you write in English, and AI can correct the language for you, so that means you will get it perfect. Fluency and perfection is meant for the grammar translation method and syllabus and structural syllabus. But today, the computer or the artificial intelligence could do it for you within minutes. Within minutes. Can you imagine that? Okay, this is the future. This is the future. Okay, I show you the next slide. This example. I'm sure some of you are already using this. So you just Google, So I just Google saying that I want type of AI for writing. So the Google give me 25. There's a lot there. 25 best AI writing tools of 2023. See? So this is this year. So you have 25, and you have the best AI writing generators, 10 best AI writing tools for content in 2023, and 10 best AI writing tools of 2023. So simple today. You just tell the computer and they come up with you. I've seen AI in Bahasa Indonesia as well. Okay, explain in Bahasa Indonesia. So indeed, it is making life so different today. You want a perfect resume. the AI can do it for you easily. Okay, you don't have to buy a book on resume anymore today. So indeed, they do it everything for you. Okay, where is our role then, teachers and students? The role is that we have to make it correct then. We have to know the basic. Because I've seen, so next slide, miss. I just want to show you. Next slide. So I just give you an example. So I chose Smodin IO. So AI, Farah pricing tools, AI writer, and assistant free trials AI. So these are free, but at times you have to pay. Yeah? So but they are still free. Yeah? So Smodin is an online AI writer and rewriter which offers a free trial in the forms of credit. Users receive 3 daily free credit, can be used on various different AI writing tools. So you just write there. So I have that. So I try. So I put in 5 words. The 5 words that I give to Smodin, my scenic and beautiful village. Okay, so what Smodin did? So he gave a suggestion. The apps gave me a suggestion. Why not change it to a scenic tour of my serene village? Okay, so the apps give me an essay within 1 minute. Within 1 minute, huh? So interesting. Within 1 minute, I got the essay. So next slide. So so this is the essay that it gives me, a scenic tour of my serene village. So I just read you the first paragraph. Nestled in the heart of rural Sumatra lies the picturesque village that is a perfect embodiment of natural beauty, cultural heritage, and a simple yet fulfilling lifestyle. From the large green fields to the towering mountains in the background, this village is a serene escape from the hustle and bustle of the city. In this essay, we'll take a scenic tour of the my village and explore its natural beauty, cultural heritage, and the lifestyle of inhabitants. Can you imagine that? So I give the apps just 5 words, and it gives me 5 paragraphs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5 paragraphs. Okay, so writing becomes so simple, but the teacher has to play a role here. If you are using this with your students, you have to play a very big role. So that's the future. So for my PhD students, so we did a lot of paraphrasing. So a lot to paraphrase sentences to make sure that it's not plagiarized. It's not plagiarized, and it become better. So this is the future then. There's a lot of discussion on AI in the world today. Can they use it in the university? We are still working. I mean, it's still being discussed. So at universities, the standard of education was taken into consideration, and they believe that it's best to use face to face. The students need to write essays, but in the future, this is the future. This is only the start. As I said, when I started learning about computers in the teaching in 1988, it was so different. And even in 2002, when I asked my students to do animation, it was so difficult. But after 20 years, we can see a lot of development, and it became so easy today. Even small kids, even primary school kids can come up with animation easily. So AI is just the start now. So can you imagine in the future what this can do for us? Okay. So indeed, this is what we might be thinking. This is the future. So teachers should be aware and should be upgrade. They should upgrade themselves to this future. Okay. So that's what. So next slide. AI can be used for all the 4 skills. So this is future and for all of us to explore. So in conclusion, I would like to say, knowing the past, present, and future of TESOL will definitely help one to master the English language. Learning English is becoming easy in the future. So, all these are the things that we are experiencing today. So Madam Chairperson, that's the end of my presentation because I think I've tried to keep it to the time given to me. Okay. And thank you very much. I'll accept. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Thank you.
Okay, give applause for Professor Muhammad Jeffrey Zaina. Thank you very much. A very good presentation and very insightful for all of us. Thank you, Professor. And one of which maybe many people think that writing is difficult, so we can start from 5 words. We can use AI, small.io, right, Professor? Yes, and then I think a good conclusion from Professor. Knowing the past, present, and future of the person will definitely have one to master the English language. Learning English is becoming easy in the future. Okay, so now to our participant, both online or offline, the time is for question and answer. I give you two questions in the maybe one question from offline participant, please. And then two questions from online participant. Please, one question from offline participant. Okay, Mrs. Kasmaini, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Okay, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, I
Yes,
am
I can hear you.
Kasmaini. I am formerly your students at USM. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm interested in what you are saying just now, that the contribution of the teachers are not the same. I think from the past, present, and in the future. Okay, what solution that can you offer to us now as the teachers or as the lecturers, especially for university students? Because we are bound in a different era with our student now, especially for the old teachers. Okay, thank you, Prof.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. All right. Yes, true. I agree. You know, we are from a different era. Okay, if you read Prensky, you know, I give the reference of Prensky in my references. Prensky says that there's digital native and digital immigrant. Okay, so digital native is that kids born during the digital time. Okay, so for instance, many of youngsters now are all digital natives. We, on the other hand, the teachers, some of the teachers are digital immigrants. You know, we are learning. We are just coming to know about technology, you know, later in our life. All right. But the important thing is that as teachers, we must keep up. We must keep up with what's happening in the world today. Okay. So that means we must be good in technology. We must be good in of course, in the language, you know, the basic of the language, the theories, the syllabus. By doing that, then we can help our students better. Okay. As I said just now, in the communicative era, we are the facilitators. We can facilitate the students better. But we need to know what's happening in the world, what are the latest, so that means we will be able to help them. So I believe, you know, like what I mentioned, the future, the AI, you know, if your students know AI, they can translate, because I know there's AI in Bahasa Indonesia as well. So indeed, you can translate from Bahasa Malaysia to English simply, you know, very simple. You have like like Google translators even, but the AI is better than the Google Translator. Okay, so this is something that I have no, I'm learning. Actually, I'm also learning. I'm looking at what's happening in the teaching of languages today, and this is one of the things that could really help. For your instance, I remember recently, I had a PhD students. We checked her work. It was plagiarized. Because plagiarized presentation, the copied. She copied a lot of work, and the Turnitin says that it's 72% plagiarized. Okay. So what I did was I told her, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to use AI. Okay, we're going to use AI to rephrase, all the, her work. And from 72%, it came down to 18%. Okay, 18%. So can you imagine that? So now it's not a plagiarized work anymore. But as I said, the teachers, lecturers have to play an important role. The teachers, lecturers need to know, all these things before he could help. Because I know I asked many students don't know about AI yet, but those who have used it found it so interesting. So making their life simpler. Okay, but we have to take it as a learning method, that helps with the teaching of the language. Then, so I believe that's the role that teachers have to play today. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I hope
Thank
that
you.
helps you.
Thank you, Prof. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for discuss my need for the question and then for Professor Jeffrey for the answer. And then the next question, Prof, from those our cadets from Politeknik Penerbangan Palembang. Dengan guys Reski Utama. Reski, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Excuse me, Prof. I want to ask. As Professor explained before, AI makes it easy to write essays, but just typing 5 words. But AI only gives personal opinions and doesn't use facts and opinions from experts. So how do we overcome this?
Beg your pardon? Opinions expert. Can you repeat
Yes,
that,
to
please?
make a essay.
Yes. I didn't get your question. Can you repeat your question, please?
Reski,
Yes.
yeah.
As a professor explained, I make it easy to write essays by just typing 5 words. But AI only gives personal opinions and doesn't use facts and opinions from experts. So how do we overcome this?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's a good question. Yeah. Of course. AI helps. But if you are good in the language, then you could make it better. So at the end of the day, it is you again. AI is a tool that helps. Okay, it helps. But again, the students must be good in the language. If you are good, then you will use the AI for the benefit of it. But if you are weak in the language, of course it helps, but the helps is limited, very limited. Okay, so that's how. So as I said just now, when I'm using AI now, especially when in academic purposes, there are sometimes it's just nonsense. Okay, when you say, oh, I want to get references from books and so on, actually sometimes it's just nothing there. They give, but it was not from the book, right? So that's why I said we must be clever. We must be cleverer. Okay, so students must be better in the language. Then definitely it would help us. Okay, Rizky?
Yes, Prof. Understand.
Okay, thank you very much for this Rizky Utama. And then the next question, is there any question? Oh, yeah. From online, is there any question? Maybe you can raise your hand. For all the committee, maybe you can help me to see in the room Zoom. Okay, one question from, okay, Mrs. Tara, please. The last question, Prof. Okay, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Jeffrey. I'm Vera from, hello? I'm Vera Sesrianita from uh, Educational Doctoral Program. Based on your explanation about grammar translation methods, I comprehend about grammar translation method is method of teaching language that allow using native language in learning target language or language that is used in class is mainly the student native language and the teacher is the authority in the classroom. My question is, what are the characteristics about grammar translation method, and what is emphasized about the grammar translation method? Okay, thank you, Professor.
Okay, all right. Now, good grammar translation method is very old. Okay, just want to share with you that. But as I said in my talk just now, it is being used in many countries in the world because it's easier. Okay, for the students, more motivated for the students. So that means, in certain cases, teachers use the native language to teach English, right? I'm sure it's happening. It's still happening in many parts of the world today. Yeah? But of course, that is a limitation. So characteristics that we want to motivate the students, but it mustn't be the mean then. So we must tell the students that this is to help you understand the new language, you know.
Yeah.
But it's only to help you to get the basic. Then you have to use the language. Okay, in the old days, when grammar translation method was used, the communication, which is not told, is in the foreign language. Okay, but the way of teaching is using them to understand the native language and the English language. But a lot of communication in the English language. I give you an example. When I was studying in school, we learn English a lot, but it was structural method or grammar method, but when we go outside the classroom, everything is in English. You speak to the teacher in English, you speak to your friends in English, you go outside and buy things, everything is in English. So then it helps a lot. But if, for instance, like I'm sure in Indonesia and many countries, even in Malaysia now, English is not used much anymore. Okay, it is more towards the native language. But the thing is that with the technology we have, the grammar translation method can help the students improve in the language. Okay, they can just go to the internet, for instance, and practice. Okay, but they learn grammar translation method in class. That means they use native language a lot in the class. But hopefully, the internet, the technology will help. So if you ask me about characteristics, yeah, of course, grammar translation method, it is taught. And one of the major characteristics that is taught in the native language. Okay, is taught in the native language. And of course, the other things that it concentrated only on grammar. Okay, it's not on spoken skill. That's why it was changed to communicative later. Okay, but as I said, if you are using grammar translation method in the class today, okay, please use the internet to help with the second part, the speaking part. Okay, because I'm sure sometimes it's very difficult to teach students who are not influenced by English at all in that language. But of course, you help them with their grammar, and later with the internet, help them with the spoken skills. Okay, I hope I answered that.
Okay, Professor. Okay, okay. Thank you, Professor.
Um,
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. and Mrs. Vera, and the answer for Mr. Jeffrey. And then we are from Bengkulu University, Universitas Bengkulu. So thank you for you, Professor, for your good, awesome presentation for today. Thank you very much. To our participants, please,
yeah, all right. Thank you.
please give a applause for Professor Jeffrey. Thank you very much, sir.
Welcome. Okay,
Okay. Okay,
you're
next
welcome.
agenda, the second
Right.
keynote speaker,
Okay. I'll just
I will call Mr. Sulpe Masuda, PhD. So for today, will be presented by Dr. Irwan. Dr. Irwan.
Yes, I'm already here.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in this online Zoom. Thank you very much. So this is the time is yours, Doctor.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Darwan, Prof. Badini, and then another lecturers that already attend the conference. First of all, I would like to introduce the CV for Professor Sumpe Masuda. Is my slide is okay?
Yes, yes.
Clear? Okay. So,
Yes.
Professor Sumpe Masuda is a professor from the National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology, AIST, in Tsukuba, Japan. Now he is a senior researcher at Research Center for Emerging Computing Technologies, RCACT, Tsukuba. So his research actually mainly about quantum control and adiabatic dynamics and also quantum computing. His educational background is from his bachelor under his doctoral studies from Osaka City University, and also he has an experience of postdoc from 2011 to 2017 from University of Chicago, USA, and also from University out of Finland, and he already published some paper. Here I show some of them. So mostly his work is about quantum dynamics and how to accelerate quantum dynamics. He already published more than 50 papers that concern about the quantum dynamics. So now he's in Tsukuba, Japan, but because of the technical problem, I will present a presentation on behalf of him. And then this is my slide. How about this slide? Is it clear?
Okay. Yes, Doctor.
Okay.
You can see.
I will start my presentation. So Sumpai Masuda and me have research collaboration on the area of microscopic area, so-called microscopic area. So Sumpay Masuda is from AIST, and then this is another collaborator, Professor Bobby Eka Gunara from Bandung Institute of Technology. And also this is our former supervisor, Professor Katsuhiro Nakamura from National University of Uzbekistan. So previously he was in Osaka City University, and after retired, he moved to Uzbekistan as a professor of physics at National University of Uzbekistan. I would like to show this building. This building is AIST, Advanced Institute of Industrial Study and Technology. This is located, this building, this research center is located about 1 hour from Tokyo by train. So this research center is a kind of research that belongs to government. This is one of the building, not only this building, but there is a big area. And then this is one of the building, and this building is mainly the building that focus on computer technology and then computing computer quantum. So this is the building, and we already joined together with this kind of research. I myself have opportunity to discuss to this research center on 2022, and we discussed many things about quantum, and then we try to continue the collaboration until now. Hopefully someday I will invite him, Professor Sumpay Masuda, to University of Bengkulu to give a seminar, and then of course to continue our collaboration. So this is AIST. AIST belongs to the government, and then they consider many area of research. For example, here they also consider energy and environment, life science and biotechnology, information technology and human factors, materials and chemistry, electronics and manufacturing, geological survey of Japan, and National Meteorology Institute of Japan. So they have many subjects that to be considered, and they have many opportunities to collaborate in research. Here, I use the snapshot of their website. So for those of all you who wants to do the collaboration can visit this website. So they open for collaboration, they open for partner of research in many area of research. I think for us as education study program, we can also collaborate in this subject, for example, information technology and human factors. So as we know that recently that information technology is very important to increase our research result and to use in the as a tools on our learning, online learning or in any class. So they open for collaboration, they open for a partner in research, and then I think they will welcome to all of the collaborator from all over the world. So AIST, I think one of the candidate for our next collaborator for educational research education. But here I want to show that AIST Research Center is mainly about these things. Research Center for Emerging Computing Technologies that I am already involved in this research center, and also the concern about semiconductor, adiabatic quantum dynamics, electronic devices, material physics, and also quantum computing technologies and the quantum computer. So beside of information technology and human factors, they also have these subjects to do for their research. So any one of you that wants to consider more about the research in quantum, for example, can also involve in this research center. So now I'm involved in this research center for emerging computing technologies, RCACT, and we already have memorial MOA 2022 and continues until now. So that is AIST. And what is the roadmap of our research with AIST? Our research is mainly focused on quantum dynamics. So it already started on 2010 when I was a PhD student, and Masuda also, I think he already graduated as a fresh graduated PhD student. They proposed a theory about quantum dynamics, so-called fast-forward adiabatic quantum dynamics, on 2010. So this is the starting point. This is very important research, because from this they expand the research to another subject, not only quantum dynamics, but also to another subject. So in 2010, they already proposed the theory on adiabatic quantum dynamics in terms of how to accelerate the kind of that dynamic. And then after that, 2017, we tried to do another collaborating research in terms of spin system. We have also already published one paper about how to optimize the dynamics of spin system on 2017. And also we obtained that the way to accelerate the spin system is depend on the geometry of the spin cluster. And we also published the paper on 2019 with Masuda and Nakamura Sensei. And now recently we tried to apply our method, fast forward method, to another subject. For example, here classical fast forward, not only quantum but also classical problem. We collaborate with another professor from University of Maryland, USA, Professor Christopher Jasinski, 2010 and 2022. So this is ongoing project. And also just recently, this is still in preparation of calculation. We try to apply this method to a material. For example, here we consider two-dimensional dimension material, so-called graphene. As you know, graphene is kind of semiconductor, very thin, but it's very good for semiconductor. So this is what we have did with Masuda and Nakamura. This is what we already did on our research collaboration. So what is the main goal of this research? The main goal is how to optimize the nanomaterial function and the characteristic of the material. So the topic of our research is mainly discussed about microscopic area. For example, electron, semiconductor, graphene, and etc. So in this outline, I would like to show you a brief introduction or some general topic about our research. So, firstly, we know that we all of us need of speed. So long time ago, we see that humankind tried to accelerate the speed. You know that, for example, here we use this kind of wheel, and then because of this still very slow, they was thinking about how to accelerate this kind of wheel, and many modified wheel already appear. For example, and for this picture, and then the last picture here, the size of the wheel becomes smaller and smaller to increase the speed. So, and then nowadays, I think speed is become like this. We don't ever thinking about this, but now it's real. This is Shinkansen in Japan. So it's we know that in Bandung we also have this kind of train, but I think this is also because of the research from the beginning and from long time ago. So first that we tried to think about how to increase the speed in terms of, for example, this way. And also, as we know that we have a computer, right? And all of the computer that we have now, we call classical computer. Classical computer. We have a classical computer in with random access memories, for example, 10 gigabyte or something. That kind of computer we call just a classical computer. And we try to, most of the researchers now try to think another kind of computer is faster than classical computer. If you think that our computer now is already fast, I think is it not as fast as we think as now, because most of the researcher, some of the researcher now, they are considering about another kind of computer, so-called quantum computer. So by using this quantum computer, I think not on 1 minute or maybe a millisecond, we can optimize our computer. So this is still ongoing project. This is still not yet published or not yet not yet on sale. Still on project research. But I think it's a nice opportunity to increase the speed of our computer. And then another thing, for example, here, this is another ambitious project. For example, we have a tree, and the time to grow this kind of tree need, for example, 1 year from the small tree to this one. This one is need, for example, 1 year. By using the theory that we have already proposed, it might be shortened like this by using the method that we already proposed. So the time to grow this kind of tree is shorter than before. So for example, this need of 1 year, this maybe half of a year, something like that. So this is the main idea how to increase the speed. So in terms of massive object, in terms of computers, also in terms of biological cases, for the example, like this figure. And we try to apply our research to the microscopic area. So it is very difficult to apply the idea in macroscopic area. So I think the starting point is how to increase the speed, but in terms of microscopic area. So the idea of increasing the speed will be applicable to a rapid mass production, but the starting point is how to increase the speed in terms of nanoscale devices, for example, and nanomaterials. So in this collaboration, we try to apply the way to increase the speed, not on this tree, not on the computer, not on the car, for example, but for the starting point, we try to increase the speed in the area of microscopic materials, for example, nanomaterials. So we try to go further to microscopic area. So in these things, in this kind of subject, we try to consider this method, so-called adiabatic quantum dynamics. What is adiabatic quantum dynamics? I'll try to describe, for example, if we want to move one glass of water from one position to another position like this, we must move this glass of water in a very slow dynamics, or in a very slow motion, right? Because if we try to move this glass of water in a fast or quickly, I think all of us will agree that some or the volume of water will change. So in this research, we try to move this glass of water from this position to another position quickly, not in slow dynamics. And then the volume of water doesn't change. So we try to move this kind of the glass of water from one position to another position. And the important things is how to preserve, how to maintain, how to keep the volume of that water. And the time to move this glass of water is in a very short time, not in a very long time. Because as we know, in this area, in this subject, if we want to move this, it will change the volume. So the challenge is how to move this in the short time, and then how to preserve the volume of water. So, for example, this is a turtle, and we know that, as we know, that turtle is very slow, and we try to add this kind of wheel, this red wheel, to the turtle, and then he can go fast. He can go fast. So this is, I think, the main idea of this research. But we don't consider about this volume of water. We consider about the electron. We consider of the electron. This is just how to describe how our research is start. This research actually not independent research. This research is already proposed by another guys. For example, previous research proposed by these guys, Demir Plak, these guys from University of Chicago. and also Michael Berry from University of Bristol. They did the research independently, and they have a main goal of the research: how to accelerate this kind of dynamics. So to obtain the same volume of water in a very short time, they try to obtain how to accelerate this kind of dynamics. So this research is initially proposed by these two guys from University of Chicago and Professor Michael Berry from University of Bristol. They propose a theory so-called the transitionless quantum drafting, and they already published on 2019. So the main problem is just, as I said before, how to accelerate the adiabatic quantum dynamics. So the adiabatic quantum dynamics mean how to preserve the volume of this water in a very shorter time, in a very short time. So, and then some previous research also proposed by these two groups. There are two groups that also consider about how to accelerate the adiabatic quantum dynamics. First group is a group from Masuda and Nakamura, and I also belong to this group actually. And Professor Masuda, this Professor Nakamura, we already invite him in Bengkulu for twice, I think, 2019 and 2022, for attending the seminar. They propose a theory so-called fast-forward scheme. Yeah, the main goal is the same: how to increase the time to move the electron from one position to another position, or how to accelerate the adiabatic quantum dynamics. And then there is also another group that consider about this research. They proposed by these two guys, Professor Gonzalo Muga and Professor Adolfo del Campo. They are from Spain, a Spanish group. They propose a theory so-called shortcut to adiabaticity. So they propose this theory, shortcut to adiabaticity, or STA. So once again, this group of research did the research independently, but they obtain, and they wants to obtain the main goal. What is the goal? The goal is how to accelerate the adiabatic quantum dynamics. So as I know, as my best understanding, there is two groups here that consider about this method, fast-forward scheme, and also shortcut to adiabaticity, or STA. And now we collaborated with these two guys, Professor Nakamura and Professor Masuda, in terms of this fast-forward scheme. Some reviews of fast-forward. So I just want to brief reviews of fast-forward. So fast-forward only focus on adiabatic state, how to keep the adiabatic motion of the state, so that fast-forward doesn't consider about how to suppress the transition. And the calculation to get a regularization term solution only used one eigenvalue, and also fast-forward using a time scaling function. So we just want to say that fast-forward, in my best understanding, is simpler than shortcut to adiabaticity. So as I said before, there is two main group that consider about how to accelerate adiabatic quantum dynamics, and of fast-forward scheme is much more simpler than a shortcut to adiabaticity, or STA. And then some reviews. This is, I think, I don't know, this is in the fast-forward point of view. I don't know if maybe another researcher from STA have another opinion about that, but this is only on fast-forward point of view. Some reviews about our theory of fast-forward. So that is the subject that we have already collaborated until recently in terms of how to accelerate the adiabatic dynamics of adiabatic of quantum dynamics. And I will focus a little bit on the content of the research. So in this research, we consider about these things. So as we know that instead of have an orbit, electron also move around their axis. So as we know that electron is move around their axis like this, but instead of that motion, electron itself also moving across their orbits like this. So this is the electron, this one, the blue one is the electron. They move around the orbit. While moving, they also moving across their orbits like this. Looks like our Earth, while move around the sun, our Earth also move across their orbits. So that kind of motion we call spin motion. So this is the spin. So we consider this is an electron. So electron have two kind of motion, orbital motion and also spin motion. So we are considering this kind of motion. How to apply our theory of adiabatic quantum dynamics on spin motion like this. So this is a theoretical subject. We try to apply our theory to this kind of spin system. This is another kind of calculation. I will try to make it simple by using this Schrödinger equation. This is equation that we use mostly for our theory. This is called Schrödinger equation. And by using this one, we obtain how to calculate the energy to accelerate the adiabatic motion. This is the main equation of this research. This is the main equation of this research. And then we already apply for this kind of method to the subject, for example, single spin. So by using our method, we can accelerate this spin. As we know that spin has two directions, up direction and down direction. And we try to accelerate the direction from up direction to down direction by applying our theory, and by obtaining the driving magnetic field. So we already apply our method to the single spin system, for example. This is two-spin system, and also another kind of two-spin system, so-called XY model, and also quantum annealing system. This kind of system is still spin system. In this spin system, there are so many methods, so many model. Can be annealing model or XY model. We already consider about this kind of model. And also a three spins cluster like this one. So if this is an electron, and we try to consider how if the electron interacting looks like this figure. For example, 1, 2, 3 electron interact each other, and then they have J as an interacting parameter. So from this kind of system, we also try to obtain the driving energy to accelerate our adiabatic quantum dynamics. We try also for this one, XY model and Kogamu lattice, and we also obtain a result for this model. And then this research, we try to extend our research to not only 1 or 2 electron. Now we try to consider another number of electron. For example, this one, 4. Yes, this is 4 electron, and this is already published on 2019 in the physical review. So we try to consider that to accelerate this kind of spin cluster, we have to consider the geometry. So we call it geometry dependent of traffic interaction. And yeah, this is the summary. Effort to accelerate adiabatic quantum spin dynamic is already carried out using regulation term and traffic Hamiltonian. We already consider 2 spin system in the Ising model, XY model, and quantum annealing model. Also, we all consider 3 spin system, and we have obtained that geometry dependent of driving interaction also obtained in this research. So this is our next challenge to collaborate to our group, how to apply our fast-forward theory to Dirac particle, for example, in graphene, nanomaterial, and also many-body system. So in this presentation, I just want to describe and then explain the subject of research that already did with Masuda and Nakamura in terms of quantum dynamics, collaborate between physics education department and also AIST from Tsukuba, Japan. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Iwan Sutrawan. Thank you very much for awesome presentation. Okay, here there are questions from Mr. Hartoyo. Please. Okay, silakan Miss Tasari.
Dari belakang aja.
Good morning, Prof. Sumpe.
Morning.
My name is Sari. I'm a doctoral education student. My question are how to integrate science research, AIST on learning science. And number 2, can you explain example based AIST science research on learning science for students? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, nice question. Thank you so much. As we know that now AIST already developed information technology, AI and information technology, for example, quantum computing, and also a device of materials, such kind of, for example, semiconductor, graphene, and etc. I think this is very important as equipment or tools to explain science to the student. For example, information technologies, we know that is very important as a tools to explain the science to the student. By using the information technology, most of the subject can be explained clearly, and then I think most of the students can have a high level of insight about the science. They can extend his knowledge of science. So by using the information technology that already developed by AIST, I think the insight of science and how they try to understand the science is much more simpler, and then they will get an easy way to understand the science. And Professor Masuda already consider on how to make research on quantum dynamics, for example, how to explain this kind of so-called abstract research. This is not so popular in the student, but we try to make AI technology to describe the electron, for example, to describe a spin motion, and then it's easy to student to understand about this abstract dynamics, because this only happen in microscopic area. It's very difficult to understand, but by using the information technology, they can understand the subjects easily. I think maybe it will answer the question.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, thank you very much for Ms. Yunita Sari, and thank you for your answer, Dr. Iwan Setiawan. Very good presentation and very insightful for us. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Iwan.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next agenda, the next keynote speaker, will call Professor Rizwanto SPD and H2. Please come to Okay. Good morning, Professor. Okay, here in the offline, in the wing kiri room, Universitas Bengkulu, we have Professor Rizwanto SPD, MPD, PhD. But before we delivered the presentation, I want to share curriculum vitae from Professor Rizwanto. Professor Rizwanto SPD, MPD, PhD, please ended of the Bukit Daun on April 10, 1972, and then he is married, and his affiliation from Universitas Islam Negeri Fatmawati Soekarno Bengkulu of Indonesia. And then the last educational background is the PhD doctoral program from TESOL Methodology, University of Science Malaysia, USM, 2014. And then he also as a coordinator of 500 foreign doctors for doctoral degree candidates. And then he also ever has a 9 conference, and then he has 3 books and professional aviation. So many experience. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming, Prof. Okay, so the time is yours to your presentation.
Sudah nggak? 15 menit aja.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us say Basmalah to the God Almighty God. That we can be here as the opportunity for us to stay here together to join one of the dedicated conference which is called Oceri. It's hosted by doctoral program on Bangalore University. And salawat and salam, let us give the message of God, peace upon to him. And because of him, we are staying in a very aliveness era this day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you very much for inviting me as keynote speaker. Especially, I would like to address my sincere thanks to the committee, to the coordinator of doctoral program, Professor Sudarwan Dani, and also to Professor Badani, who has already been here as part of the main committee of this conference, and all the committees, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. So I would be very delighted and to be part of the scholars, to be part of the what we call respectful speakers. That today, the opportunity for doing so, it will be around 10 to 15 minutes long. We're going to talk about this later. All right. Let me start my presentation with a couple days ago. One of my students came up to me and see me regarding with the seminar proposal seminar, and he asked me, excuse me, professor, I would like to write my proposal, my different proposals. What should I do? What should I be doing with this? And I said, well, my first answer was, firstly, I can only do this when my student came up and see me asking me for some tip or trick to doing some defense proposal. And I always say, what kind of book, what kind of e-books, what kind of articles that you have read already? And he said, no, sir, I just read one or two articles regarding my discipline. I said, no, you cannot do that. You have to come back and go thinking. Go down the line, everything regarding related to what you are going to write. So, why I should be saying this? Because review of literature is very important. Review of literature is very important. That's why this topic today mainly focusing on how to write review of literature. The question is, does it literally matters when we are talking about literature review? Many people, scholars and researchers, denotated that literature review are very significantly important in doing our academic research. But somebody says, well, just okay, just look at the next priority because this is not very important. Just find out your title and then find out your theme, and then we go on with the next priority things that is called review of literature. But nevertheless, this is a very significant thing. Otherwise, you cannot do your research, otherwise you read something. So that's why my presentation is started with this. Does review of literature really matter in proposal writing? What is review of literature actually? Why do we need to take this quite seriously regarding with this seminar conference? Many PhD students, many doctoral students, master and undergraduate grad student level deny these things, right? Deny with this important element. Why? Because they think that they can write friendship proposal without any reading on it. But in fact, it is nonsense. When we are doing our research, automatically we need to read alone. You need to read alone. You cannot theory. That's the key point. So this way, it should be becoming one of very important aspect, very important element when we are talking this. All right. Let me ask a little bit about what review literature is. It's quite simply to say that literature review is regarding with the stuff, regarding with the document, regarding with theoretical concept, theories that we have from any sources. So when we do this, because we would like to know what is going on around the world. What is now? What is the unknown? Where are we just, where are we now? What kind of thing that we have in our brain? What we are doing now? What people are doing? What other research are doing around the world? So if we know nothing about this, we cannot relate anything regarding what we are going to talk, what we are going to write. So that's why this is one of very important thing. And then the next one is there are three things that we are going to discuss. First is what is review literature and why do we need this and how to figure out this. This is small topic, but many of us very aware of what we are doing. Sometimes we think that writing literature review is not very important. Some of us say, well, just go and find out a little bit sources, but we cannot do anything around it. But now writing reviews was a very important issue in some many scholars all around the world regarding this topic. So how can we understand literature review? Probably some of you are in this room will not be something regarding because you are some of you has one degree, some of you are master and even doctoral program. These issues are not very unfamiliar anyway. Everyone knows that what is going on lately. So many sources, forms of sources they can find out through online sources. But like when I was at the university student 20 years ago, it was a very limited sources that you can search from a library. But nowadays, library is becoming one of the stuff that we can access anywhere, anytime, based on our internet sources. But what happened with us, we have lack of information, we have lack of sources that we claim that is not one of our priority. But in fact, some of us are not around this topic, and we are not aware of what we are doing. So, some of us has read one, and we have many sources, we have many sources. Otherwise, we are not reading along with this. We claim that what we are doing is very new, very purpose, very latest, but in fact, it is already done by other researchers around the world. It's already been written. It's already been done by around the thousands of researchers. Even thousands of researchers have done so around what we are doing. So that's why these issues are very necessary to be discussed. All right, you come to this is a kind of definition. This is probably you can find you can search from the internet what review literature is. This is commonly happen when we write a proposal, a research proposal. We also find this in chapter 3, or some of us are some of which are in chapter 4. It depends on university requires set of formats that we but mostly chapter 2 discussing about chapter 2 discussing about literature review. But some of which some university are using a different format. It depends on how we follow the government stuff. It is a hint to arrange a format. All right. Talk a lot about this. You can put this variable into your internet sources. You can click it and you can download it in some many sources. Probably it's gonna be very quite a lot of information that you can find. What review of literature is that is the accumulation of theoretical concept model, the accumulation of what theories ideas inside from many scholars regarding regarding what the specific focus on what we are doing. Like for example, you might say, I'm an English teacher. I am my professor in TEFL. So of course, I'm doing my research around TEFL, teaching English as a foreign language. So I think a lot, I talk a lot, I read a lot, all material stuff regarding the material that I'm doing right now. So, like you do the same thing, like some of you are not the same a similar incident on my side. Probably you find out in different ways, maybe about philosophy, about curriculum, about method strategies and so on. Hopefully you can do the same thing like what I did, but it's going to be different way. But this is not the method, the way what you are thinking, but it's the method, the way how to figure out the sources from many sources, from many information that we can get from both online and offline. All right. Okay, the next one is okay, this is still regarding with leaders of you. So the second part of this slide, why LR is very important. Why LR is very important. LR is literature review. Why is it important? Because this will gather information with something regarding what we are doing, right? And then when we are reading our topic, when we write our proposal, our scientific paper, our essay, etc., of course we need to know what is going on in the world at this moment. What is happening in the world at this moment now. So if we are not familiar, if you get it, with everything regarding the world now, so we lose our time. So when we lose our time, we cannot find something new, something different in what the other people do. So the thing that we need to know that what is people doing, what is people knowing, what is people is not knowing about our topic. So when we're talking this different thing, then this is the way of how to really build up the game of our research. And then we are doing something. So, okay. So when we are talking about the same research group, we are therefore practicing the same research. So it is considered plagiarism that. So what we need to know is in all to find out the new inside, always going the next things. It's going to be done in the net, out of the same researcher group, and then also very important to energize in order to understand, you see, the methodology is very important. When we knowing a kind of sources, then we know what kind of methodology is doing by the researcher, what kind of statistic is doing by the researcher. Reading this, of course, is give a guide for us to get reading on what we are going to do. When we're going to do this is depending on what we are reading. So, for example, if we are doing research on the area of statistical analysis, we are talking about the quantitative data analysis, now we are talking about qualitative data analysis and so on. So, really research development and so on and so on. So when we are reading the review literature, we can get some information, basic information, not only about the methodology, not only about how to conduct the research in a certain area of what they feel, but we also understand more about what we are going to do in the next research. And also it can give a recommendation to what next is going on. What is the next research is going to be recommended by our result of the research at the end of our, of course, at the end of the research. So it will give information from the next research, the next time to different level. And this is, you can look at from my slide. is resources. Where you can get information? You get information from, e-sources. You can get the information from e-book, right? From e-magazine. E-book is electronic, online. You also can print the books. But lately, people, students, the millennials are not very well known with the printed things, printed stuff. The millennial are watching the digital sources. Probably when we are the student, when I was a student 20 years ago, it was all stuff regarding the printed things. But lately, nobody law, not nobody law, but most of the people are reading from digital. They love reading e-book, e-journal, e-magazine, and so on. They're easily to be accessed anywhere and anytime, as long as we have the internet networking. But lately, people are attending to that information through online version rather than offline version. So this is the source. You can find out the sources for magazine, research report, dictionary, and conference papers. And there are so many other website links and so on that probably that you can find not only the stuff that I'm stating in this slide, you can also search anywhere, anytime, any sources relating to the sources out of this in my circle. You can look at my circle, everybody. When you are looking at the circle together, and then you link one and hyperlink another one, you can plot many sources at one point of view. But when we are talking at different things, probably you can figure out, you can catch out another thing by downloading, by searching website from other sources. Okay, this is research report. You can find this figure out from this report. Research report is commonly kind of a complete research report. You can download. You can read from the internet. Research report can is the result of the report. Research report done by the researchers that have already written, both published and unpublished research report. And make sure that the report are well published by the publication. Otherwise, we are trapped on a kind of plagiarism. Plagiarism is very dangerous for us as part of the scholars, students, lecturers, and other parties which are related to the university, school, and institution. And the magazine with the conference papers. Like what we are doing now, this can be the one of the sources that the student can find out. The conference proceeding. I guess the committee will create such a kind of agenda to publish this whole document, this whole scientific document into proceeding. Probably it can be indexed by Scopus, by AIP, or by Atlantis, by Springer, by Sage, and so on. There's up to the community what they're going to do with this. But my recommendation is not only we're talking right now, but talking and then wasting the time without any notification, but we're trying to make our digital report by creating a kind of proceeding at the end of this conference. This is more valuable. Otherwise, we're just talking something, wasting the time, while having such a digital record later. All right, the next is what to do with your LR. What to do with your LR. If you got your LR already through bibliography, the thing that you have to do is that you are trying to organize your literature review by reading, putting them in such a document. So you are not only reading the things from the internet sources, from a printed book, and leave it without any notice. But you are trying to put them. You have read, you have spent your energy, you have spent your time on putting in your, digital library, digital cover. Nobody is one of the digital cover. You can put all the stuff, document, anything, material, article, journal, ebook, PDF, and so on, then in your Mandalay. And once in a while, later on, when you want back to these, when your education, what you can do everything. You can do that thing, you can work clean and you can get it your online sources for your references or for your work. If you are doing this all the time, then you just time and then spending waste your energy, but without doing anything, not that you by generating traffic environment. Probably some of you are me. And it is like human being. We have enough, we have that, we have head, we have neck, and then we have breast, we have lung. This is the anatomy of the scientific paper. When we are writing the paper, we have to think this anatomy. So if we know the anatomy, means that we know what to do in the first thing. What is the first step to be prioritized? First thing is related to what is known. What is known? And what is not unknown? What is an unknown? What is not known? So if we know something, if we do not know something, we start from something that we don't know. Right? Some of us, probably most of us, right? We do not know what we know. Everybody knows, but we don't know. You don't know what I don't know. You know what you don't know, and you don't know what you know. There's a problem. Most of us do not know what we don't. The problem is we know what we don't know. But the best is we know what we know. And this is the problem. When we're writing the paper, we have to know what we don't know. This is why we need the anatomy of this. Or we can. So when we should know this, how to fill the gap, how to put some problem, some alternative solution when we are filling the gap in our paper. This is why we need to know the anatomy. Okay? That what we know is, what we don't know is putting together in something that we don't know. That's why that is the game of our research. What should we put together? In order to get something unique, to get something novelty in our research. If we produce the same research, the same result with other researchers, we do not create something new. So what we would like to create is something that we are creating something new, something different from the previous group. I think this is a very brief overview. Thank you for joining this seminar, and I hope there will be more questions regarding what I have presented today. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this one, Paul. Okay, the presentation was very inspiring for all of us, participants both online or offline. So now for question session, please raise your hand from online. Is there any question? Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, my beloved lecturers, my professor, Prof. Riswanto, and also the other speakers and the participant of this Oceri. Let me ask one question, Prof. Sometime when we are conducting literature review and we find some difficulties in divining our key term, divining our key term, and sometimes we have a limited access to what we say, to take our literature review. So please show us some tips. Yeah, please show us some tips, especially in this digital era. Sources. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, please, Professor Riswanto, to answer the questions.
Okay. If you maybe
Rizal.
take the issue of this kind of book, and he is one of the doctoral student of the education student program. Just next there. It's a very how to find out the key terms, how to figure out the key terms, and how to solve the problem of limited sources regarding the whole different staff or sources. But what we can do is we are trying to figure out to search in the term putting the key term some supposing this is Google.com, for example, Google.com, any key, anything, you can find it. So that is the way how to figure out how to serve all the material. By putting one keyword, and directly it will be clearly stated from the Google Scholar. But not only Google Scholar, you can also find from Scopus.com. What I have in my screen, so what I have a screen, the first Scopus.com. Scopus.com is one of the sources that we can find for under solving the limited sources. Scopus.com is one of the valid data sources that we can serve from the data sources. And also Simago Junior Simago Junior is also college and also dedicated for scholars who really writing in respectful research papers. When I did this, I downloaded from sources from Scopus.com and of course Simago General once in a while. But I also do this through Google.com. But I probably enjoy finding this from because it is any subject can be accessed from many sources for only for one click. And you can find this. As long as this corpus is not discontinued. But be careful that when you are searching, this corpus is still valid, it's not discontinued. But when we are using the citation from the discontinued article, the discontinued publication, this will be very dangerous. It doesn't make our writing will be producing available products. And also, we can also searching for e-sources, like e-sources are go.id, for example, Sign Dialogue, Lipi.go.id, International Journal of Education Research.com, .org, ResearchGate.net, Academia.edu, PDF.com, and sometimes many resources. So don't worry about this problem. Don't worry or be happy. When you are searching this whole thing, everything is accessible lately. There is nothing is impossible to do when you are trying with your tablet. But the question is, what about this corpus articles cannot be accessed? We have another way how to do this, how to solve the problem. That is what dangerous. You can use Skyhub, for example, Steve.com. it can open some a lot articles, status article, but it is a little bit risky, right? A little bit risky. But if we do not use it, we have to pay some dollars. We have to pay some dollars for buying such small articles. $20 or because it's more expensive when it is money. But for the others, because the others money is very okay. But for that, you need to with the rupiah currency, but it's quite expensive. $30 for one article is quite expensive. $30 times $50,000. 450,000 rupiah. So expensive. It can take me around 1 month for my lifetime saving. So almost a half million to buy one general article. So what you can use an application which is called Steve Hub. I can download the Steve Hub. This is how to make it more behaving. What we call it Steve Hub. Right? This is what easy to learn from Steve Hub.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and many other sources, many of the access website you can do. It's only one. And just click only one fingertip, you can find out the sources. There are thousands, abundance, a great deal of problems that you can find through example. It is unlimited example. You can say, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Riswanto.
Yeah.
That's clear, and also the resources also support us to make some resources for literature review. Thank you, Prof. Riswanto.
Okay. Digital library, yes. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Dedi. And then thank you very much for your answer from Professor Reswanto. I'll try to make a summary from this presentation. A literature review is not just a mandatory step in the research process. It is a valuable tool that shed the internal research efforts from formulating question to informing methodology and contributing to the ongoing scholarly conversation in a given field. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Prof. Thank you very much. Give a applause for Professor Suwanto. Thank you very much. Okay, the keynote speaker, I call Dr. Rakra Awardana, will be from Miss Sarah. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The next
Keynote speaker.
Okay, the next keynote speaker today. Thank you for coming, Dr. Randy Wikramawardana, MPD. Thank you, sir, for coming today. Can present about reconstruction.
Indonesia dikenal dengan literasi sains. In the top title, we call keywords. One is reconstruction. Reconstruct learning material and learning science. Itu spesial pilih. Jadi sebuah pertanyaan besar begitu. Namun anak itulah sehingga salah satu sehingga dalam suatu pertanyaan besar gitu ya, bagaimana merekonstruk sebuah pembelajaran sains untuk anak berkebutuhan khusus. Keyword 2, contextual learning is more related to the relationship between material learned and practical use everyday life are directed to learn through experiencing on or not memorization. Maknanya adalah begini Bapak Ibu. Jadi selama ini pembelajaran sains untuk special student lebih fokus kepada bagaimana memberikan pengalaman sains kepada siswa dibandingkan kita suruh mengingat ya dalam bentuk memorize begitu. Nah itu kata kunci yang kedua. The third keyword is a cooperative learning. Cooperative learning use the concept is learning in group a joint effort to solve problems or problems are an effort to deconstruct the knowledge possessed by student. The result previous research focus the knowledge structure is 4 categories. Okay, please you watch the video. Service D, please. Please watch the video. Suaranya Mas Wisdi. Coba adik-adik atau bapak ibu perhatikan di video ini menggambarkan bagaimana proses pembelajaran sains pada anak berkebutuhan khusus ya. Jadi coba diperhatikan di video tadi Pak Wisdi, tolong sekali lagi diputar. Coba perhatikan. Ada yang fokus menyimak, ada yang bermain sendiri. This is previous research. The context is dynamic electricity. Jadi the context and content focus at dynamic electricity. Jadi materinya apa ini? Materinya adalah listrik dinamis. Tetapi yang digunakan di use is material dari bahan-bahan yang ada di sekitar siswa. Jadi ini mengenalkan fenomena ternyata di dalam buah-buahan itu mengandung listrik dan bisa menghantarkan arus listrik. Ini sebuah fenomena. Oke, next Mas Wisdi. Oke, this a picture research produce is Oceri design. The context is dynamic electricity. Okay, next, Mas Wisdi. Okay. The introduction, education for all. Jadi hal ini berarti sebenarnya pendidikan itu untuk semua. Tidak fokus hanya pada siswa normal, tetapi juga siswa dengan kebutuhan khusus juga memperoleh pendidikan yang layak. Di sini dikatakan bahwa style learning for a special student are thematic, so play and contextual. Maknanya adalah di sini adalah bahwa pembelajaran sains itu yang dilakukan pada siswa berkebutuhan khusus itu lebih fokus kepada tema. Kemudian menggunakan permainan, media, dan lebih bersifat kontekstual. Yang kedua, the irregularity, the order the material, the depth on the material, and the cognitive level cause science learning in children with special needs to tend to be thematic and conceptual. Maknanya adalah bahwa dalam pembelajaran sains untuk berkebutuhan khusus bukan penekanannya pada konsep, tapi bagaimana siswa mendapatkan konsep melalui kontekstual, sehingga di setiap tingkatan kognitif, tingkatan level pembelajaran di sekolah luar biasa itu sama-sama menggunakan tematik. Okay, the third, limited studies and reconstruction product on science learning that focus on special student. Jadi sini terbatasnya gitu ya, penelitian-penelitian yang terkait dengan bagaimana merekonstruksi sebuah pembelajaran sains gitu ya, di dalam fokusnya itu kepada siswa berkebutuhan khusus. Yang selanjutnya adalah the need for science learning that can develop mentally, intellectually, attitudes, social, and emotional student needs through as learning reconstruction. In special student, any categories, tunagrahita, tunawicara, tunarungu, and uh, uh, autis is tunagrahita categories. Next, Mas Wisdi. Next, okay. The next, okay, next, Mas. Okay. Previous research recommendation, the need for reconstruction of science learning for special student that can develop science content and social values. Nah, limited research that combines contextual and cooperative characteristic as well as knowledge structure for studies for special student. What is novelty? This research. The novelty this research is the developed design expected to describe the sequence of material, expected competencies, and literacy indicators for special studies on learning science. What is learning outcome? The depth of cognitive aspect in terms of the conception and structure for special student knowledge and learning resources. Okay, next, Mas Wisdi. What is focus this research? The focus this research is to produce learning design, cooperative contextual oriented science learning to develop knowledge structure and science literacy. Next. Jadi fokusnya adalah menghasilkan sebuah desain pembelajaran sains ya untuk siswa berkebutuhan khusus, tetapi untuk mendeskripsikan seperti apa struktur pengetahuan siswa berkebutuhan khusus dan bagaimana literasi sainsnya. Oke, next, Mas Wisdi. Oke, in the previous research year 2019 and 2020, study the development of learning science, subject and student under normal condition. Science learning is more viewed from how conception knowledge, structure concept, misconception, technology-based learning, and student understanding of a concept. Jadi penelitian-penelitian sebelumnya itu lebih kepada bagaimana mengembangkan suatu pembelajaran sains, namun yang diukur adalah bagaimana konsepsinya, bagaimana pengetahuannya, bagaimana konsepnya, bagaimana penggunaan teknologinya, dan bagaimana pemahaman siswa terkait dengan konsep yang akan dikaji. Namun semua itu belum menggambarkan bagaimana struktur pengetahuannya. Kenapa pada special student itu memiliki knowledge structure yang berbeda? It's so different, gitu ya. The result in 2021, the study of student subject is specially integrated in the category of mentally impaired. The research focus on ABRA design, ya, meaning to impact invitation in terms to literacy science description. Research from the next year, 5 years, science learning in term learning processes and product by raising issues related to increasing access and potential of children with special needs. Next, Mas Wisdi. Okay, next. Okay, sorry. Belumnya, Mas. Okay, this picture is a free developed learning design. Jadi, probably so as to me what assume to develop on theory and empiric studies. Reconstruction COCO based on research is a learning design by ACRA. So learning design recorded to Haki number. So how to what innovation for this research? Next, Mas Wisdi. Okay, the innovation is step on the learning determined to thematic oriented contextual learning processes, evaluation and reflection and for processes to describe knowledge structure and literacy sign. Knowledge structure, any four category. Any lack of local coherence, lack of lack of local coherence, lack of global coherence, and global coherence. Jadi maksudnya adalah bahwa dalam struktur pengetahuan siswa terdapat 4 kategori menurut Sabela dan Redis 2007 dan Wardana 2011. Jadi terdapat 4 kategori struktur pengetahuan. Tapi itu untuk siswa yang normal. On literacy sign, any 4 category: context, processes, attitude, and content. Jadi literasi science itu memiliki 4 aspek juga gitu ya. Jadi ada aspek konteks, proses, konten, dan sikap. Next, Mas Wisdi. Okay, the picture is sign literacy data for attitude aspect. Jadi example on SLB Bengkulu Utara and SLB Bengkulu Selatan. So sample is 2 kategori. Jadi untuk bidang kategorinya adalah basic students, jadi siswa dasar dan siswa jenjang menengah begitu. Nah, di sini terlihat bahwa aspek rasa ingin tahunya sangat luar biasa. Jadi hasil penelitian terkait dengan literasi sign literasi data itu aspek is rasa ingin tahu itu lebih tinggi dibanding aspek yang lain. Artinya apa? Artinya bahwa di dalam pembelajaran sains, siswa berkebutuhan khusus akan tertarik jika pembelajaran itu berdasarkan kontekstual. Next, Mas Wisnu. Oke. Sign literasi data processes aspect. The feature is a result is a 4 kategori, 4 indikator. Jadi dari pengamatan aspek proses gitu ya, terdapat 4 kategori ya. Jadi yang paling sulit itu adalah the difficult special student is trained to explain the concept science. Jadi kesulitan siswa, jangankan siswa yang berkebutuhan khusus ya, kita aja menjelaskan konsep sains kepada orang sangat sulit, dan ini berarti ada implikasinya begitu, ada kurang lebihnya sama gitu ya. Next, Mas Wisdi. Okay, the next is sign literacy context aspect. So 3 context, partial, bioenergy and medicine plan. So aspek konteks aspek konteks yang siswa pahami adalah, maksudnya adalah ketika kita berikan 3 aspek ini, rasa kontekstualnya sangat tinggi semuanya. Next, Mas Wisdi. Okay, the next, the sign literacy aspect of concept. So to the picture is content is very difficult. Okay, next, Mas Wisdi. What is aspect of concept in sign literacy? So content knowledge refers most the relevant knowledge and is obtained based on fact and phenomena. Jadi konten itu sebaiknya ya lebih relevan gitu dengan fakta dan fenomena yang terdapat pada sekitar siswa gitu. From real life such as knowledge related to starters, medicinal plants, and alternative energy. Possible knowledge explore the identification and conduct according to the stages, strategies, and procedure of an experiment practical activity For example, student count the number total body part, explore part of medicine, plants, on so on. So, jadi terdapat keterbatasan. Jadi siswa berkebutuhan khusus itu salah satu contohnya begini, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Ketika dia menghitung, saya menghitung ya, misalkan jumlah kotaknya ada 14 begitu. Dia tidak mungkin menghitung sampai 14. Jadi memiliki keterbatasan menghitung. Sebagai contoh apa? Dia mampu menghitung sampai angka 10. Tapi ke kotak yang 11, 12, 13 dan selanjutnya, dia tidak menyebutkan dengan huruf 11, tetapi menyebutkan dengan kembali ke nomor 1. Nah itu jadi ada keterbatasan dari si siswa berkebutuhan khusus. Kemudian the epistemic knowledge is more directed at the processes of identifying scientific aspect. So it's difficult to special student is bagaimana dia mengidentifikasi dari konsep is very difficult. For example, student mention word turtle lives, what they eat, and what types of animal belong. So difficult is explained to where turtle lives, what they eat, apa makanannya, di mana dia hidup, dan tipe seperti apa, jenis apa kura-kura itu. Nah itu menjadi suatu keterbatasan. About knowledge structure is the number one is a lack of local coherence. Means that student conception of answer are based on single concept that is not related to other concept. Jadi untuk kategori lack of local coherence, jawaban-jawaban dari siswa itu hanya fokus kepada konsep yang kebenarannya belum tentu absah. It's not related to other concept, and the mean that the conception of the student is very simple, without merging with other concept and it. So two category is a local coherence, means that a student conception of answer is based on a single concept that related another concept. Jadi bedanya adalah jika pada lack of local coherence, dia fokusnya adalah hanya pada satu konsep, relate hanya satu konsep. Tetapi ketika sudah local coherence, related to the another concept, dia sudah mengaitkan dengan konsep-konsep yang lain gitu. The meaning is the student approach as questioning according to the context, one of which is concept in turtle, cell plants and bioenergy. So the local coherence itu siswa sudah bisa tahu gitu, di mana kura-kura hidup misalkan. Kemudian seperti apa jenis-jenis tanaman medis dan seperti apa energi alternatif itu sudah dikaitkan dengan konsep-konsep yang lain. Okay, the third category is a lack of global coherence. If the incorporation of concept has not been consistent to produce an adequate solution is a category. The meaning is the student, sebagai contoh, now some concept that can be used is solving problem correctly. Jadi dia sudah mulai jawaban-jawaban siswa itu lebih kepada mengarah kepada kebenaran. Dengan apa? Dengan mengaitkan dengan konsep-konsep lain, namun tidak konsisten gitu. That is the combination between concept has not been consistent. Itu kata kuncinya gitu ya. To produce adequate answer completion. The next category is global coherence. Global coherence means that student know several concept. Jadi tingkatan tertingginya adalah global coherence. Jadi dia menjawab dengan benar, menjawab berdasarkan alasan dan dikaitkan dengan konsep-konsep yang lain. Oke, next Mas Wisdi. Nah, related finding knowledge structure categories. What is novelty? Knowledge structure in this research is naive coherence. So, knowledge structure in a special student, this result is category naive coherence. Naive coherence is defined as a limited conception of student as well, based on concept that still intuitive. So, pengetahuannya itu lebih kepada bersifat intuitif, intuisi. The example is identification pepaya. Jadi disuruh menyebutkan ini buah pepaya. Tetapi intuitifnya seperti apa? Di daerahnya namanya itu bukan pepaya, tapi sangsilo misalkan gitu. Misalkan ini pada saat sampel in SLB Bengkulu Selatan. Jadi ketika kita memberikan contoh gambar dan contoh nyata ini pepaya, mereka tidak mau mengatakan itu pepaya. Mereka lebih menyebutkan itu namanya sangsilo. Padahal setelah makna bahasa itu sama. Jadi artinya apa? Knowledge structure of our special student is intuitive, berdasarkan intuisinya. Dan apa yang sering dia sebutkan pada kehidupan sehari-hari. Oke, next Mas Musdi, kategori knowledge structure to basic student and intermediate student. So the next is activity documentation, identification target, medical plans, and bioenergy, alternative energy. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Randy. I give three question or two question for Dr. Randy. Okay. In the Zoom, raise your hand. Ya, Pak Artoyo, please. Pakai bahasa Indonesia juga boleh.
Tes. Masuk. Sini Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks for the chance, Mr. Randy. What you have just explained is about the teaching for the disability students. But based on the United Nations mandate, all the school, elementary, even junior, even high school, is inclusive. They have received all kind of student. The school cannot reject the student because of their disabilities. Because your research is on what we call SLB, probably it is easier. But what will happen if we teach in the normal school? In the normal school, that there are probably one or two students have disabilities. Because nowadays, we call the school is inclusive, and it is very possible that the school has the disability student, but they have to learn to study with the normal student. Now, how can we have the better trick to do this? If the teacher, like the private school, have two teachers in one class, it doesn't matter. But mostly in state school, they only one teacher at one class. And it is still the problem. And the facts right now, some school sometimes reject the student who has disabilities. Probably you can explain how to overcome this kind of problem, disabilities with the normal student. Thank you.
Misalnya, okay, misalnya with the question, in the reality, jadi dia ditanya begitu ya, bahwa di kita itu memang masih membeda-bedakan, Pak. Mana yang sekolah luar biasa, sekolah untuk yang kebutuhan khusus. Sangat jauh berbeda, Bapak. Jika kita melihat yang istilah inclusive school pada global ya. Kalau di dunia global, mereka tidak membeda-bedakan. antara sekolah berkebutuhan khusus dan sekolah normal. Artinya siswanya pun diterima semua. Gitu. Tapi Pak, bergantung kepada kategori disabilities. Jadi ada yang kategorinya memang tunagrahita, ada yang tunawicara dan tunarungu, dan yang sering terjadi adalah diskriminasi kepada yang tunagrahita. Karena secara teoris pun begitu ya, tunagrahita itu memiliki keterbatasan intelektual, limited intellectually. Jadi pada tunagrahita itu terdapat 3 kategori, Pak. Yang pertama itu ada tunagrahita ringan. Nah, pada dasarnya tunagrahita ringan itu siswanya mampu didik dan mampu latih. Nah, itulah yang bisa masuk ke dalam sekolah normal. Artinya dia inklusif ya, mohon maaf, inklusif ya. Jadi artinya kategori itu masih bisa, Pak. Kategori yang selanjutnya ada yang namanya tunagrahita sedang. Artinya siswa itu hanya mampu dididik, Pak, tapi sulit untuk dilatih. Nah, yang kategori ketiga itu adalah yang memang tunagrahita berat. Itu lebih cenderung kepada dia tidak mampu dididik dan tidak mampu dilatih. Jika kita melihat video sebelumnya gitu ya, video yang pertama itu 3 kategori itu sedang semua, Pak, kecuali yang satu. Yang satu itu kategori tunagrahita berat. Jadi memang dia berdasarkan apa yang dia lakukan. Gitu. Jadi, nah, bagaimana caranya? Ya caranya adalah keterbatasan dari SDM kita, Pak, juga yang menyebabkan bahwa sulit untuk mengajarkan di kebutuhan khusus ya, terutama untuk tema-tema tertentu. Karena guru di SLB itu harus bisa mengajarkan semua materi, karena sifatnya tematik, Pak. Nah, itulah tantangannya, bagaimana menyiapkan guru dan bagaimana memanajemennya sekolah inklusif sehingga dari aspek pembelajarannya, dari aspek sumber dayanya, nah itu dulu Pak, yang penting manajemennya dulu Pak. Bagaimana memanage sebuah sekolah SLB menjadi menuju ke sekolah normal. Realitanya adalah, ini temuan Pak Artowo, temuannya adalah bahwa ada salah satu lulusan di Bengkulu Selatan, mohon maaf ya, di Bengkulu Selatan, itu dia mampu didik kemampuan, dia bisa membuat suatu produk pupuk, dan dia juga bisa mampu, mohon maaf ya, bengkel gitu, dia bisa, dan dia punya kelebihan itu. Tetapi ketika dia melamar pekerjaan salah satu bengkel itu tidak menerima, karena dia disabilities. Nah inilah Pak, pola pikir inilah sebenarnya yang harus diubah agar makna semua manusia itu kan sama ya, diperlakukan sama begitu. Jadi itu juga keterbatasan bagi siswa disabilities. Mungkin itu Pak Artoyo, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hartoyo. The next question in the online and the Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay, one question again. Okay, please come. Ini online. Okay. Okay, boleh. Pakai bahasa Indonesia juga boleh.
Ya, tarunanya.
Okay. Okay, please. Reski ya.
Izin Bapak, izin Ibu, izin bertanya, bagaimana Bapak Profesor bisa memastikan bahwa pembelajaran konseptual tetap sesuai dengan kerangka kurikulum dan standar pembelajaran yang berlaku, sambil tetap memperhatikan kebutuhan individual siswa dengan kebutuhan khusus atau anak spesial? Siap, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Bagaimana memastikan bahwa konteks yang kita gunakan sesuai dengan kurikulum? Jadi dalam rekonstruksi sebuah pembelajaran, yang dilakukan pertama adalah bagaimana kita menganalisis kompetensi apa yang minimal yang harus dimiliki oleh siswa berkebutuhan khusus. Jadi pertama itu kita menganalisis KIKD-nya seperti apa, indikatornya apa, sehingga kita mampu merumuskan tujuan pembelajaran yang tepat untuk mencapai kompetensinya. Bagaimana memastikannya? Memang salah satu kelemahan dalam pengukur hasil belajar kepada siswa berkebutuhan khusus tidak selalu menggunakan tes, essay test, objective test, itu jarang dilakukan. Bagaimana melihatnya? Yang sering dilakukan menilainya itu melalui observasi terkait dengan bagaimana dia melakukan aktivitas dan bagaimana dia menjawab ketika dia ditanya secara langsung. Tapi kalau kita berikan pertanyaan secara tertulis, itu akan sulit untuk dijawab oleh siswanya. Sebagai contoh, misalkan mereka suruh menggambar kembali kura-kura yang dipegangnya. Ada yang memang menggambar kura-kura secara utuh ya. Ada yang hanya menggambarkan kepalanya saja. Ada yang menggambarkan punggungnya atau karapaknya. Ada yang menggambarkan hanya tangannya. Artinya di sini adalah bahwa salah satu keterbatasan di dalam siswa berkebutuhan khusus adalah dia senantiasa mengingat apa yang dia ingat. Tetapi jika diberikan pengetahuan baru itu akan sulit untuk dijelaskan oleh siswa tersebut. Mungkin itu Mas. Jadi memastikan KIKD-nya sudah tepat atau belum. Kemudian disusunlah metode, media, dan desain pembelajaran yang tepat seperti apa. Terima kasih.
Siap, siap. Terima kasih Pak penjelasan.
Okay. The question? No. No question. Okay. Dr. Randy. Thank you for your attention to present it about the topic science literacy. I can conclude that the Dr. Randy presented about the aspect of concept of science literacy. Have the three. The first is content knowledge, procedural knowledge, and epistemic knowledge. And then about knowledge structure, have the 2 point, the important point. The first one is the lack of local coherence and local coherence. Okay, the ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all. The last presentation today of the keynote speaker. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Randy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And we are continue through parallel section. Okay. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all the presenter in parallel section. The parallel section will start to 1 o'clock. Okay, now we break out.
Oh, udah, oke.
Kasih tahu infonya di grup. Di grup.
Untuk parallel section nanti informasinya kita infokan di grup paralel. Oke, thank you.
Koper pula. Bapakku makan gitu nih. Apa lagi kita online? Iya, buat
Tadi udah selalu mau dari sana. Oh ya. Gua ucapin berkati Allah buat literatur. Celana jangan di sembarangan tempat di rumah Allah di masjid lah. Iya siap. Ada orang kalau di masjid kita salah.
Kita mau manja aja. Gembelnya kalau pakai.
Oh, udah beda-beda orang.
Emang data tuh bahasa Inggrisnya data. Data bahasa Inggrisnya apa?
Data analysis.
Oh, data.
Jawabnya lagi. Kita nggak ngerti kan berarti kita tahu enggak.
Ini dia surganya aksesoris keyboard yang murah dan lengkap di Google. Harga aksesoris di sini mulai dari Rp1.000 aja. Beli grosir di sini harganya sama dengan kalian beli satu barang. Untuk aksesoris keyboard di sini ada karet gelang, bando, mainan anak. Sampaikan pada orang yang main solid. Jajanan yang banyak. Kakak, ada jajanan yang banyak? Apa tadi lah yang ada buka tadi? Lemari panjang pagi tadi ya, Dek. Takut lagi sih.
Tes 1, 2, 3. Moderator Zoom 1, please raise your hand. Please the moderator Zoom 1. Okay. And then you, what's your name? Elona. Oke, room 2. Room 2 duduk situ aja atas. Ujung sana. Oke, room 3. Oke, what's your name? Ananta. Ananta di sini. Jauh-jauh. Oke, you? Room 1. Room 1. Hah? 2, 3. Sini aja deh, di sini. Dengan sini boleh. Please the handle room 4. Moderator, what's your name? Please the handle room 4. Bisa salat room 5? Salat juga. What time is it now? Nanti yang presentasi, kalau sudah selesai presentasi, baru dikasih link kehadiran. Ya, setelah selesai presentasi, baru dikasih link kehadiran, berarti mereka berhak mendapatkan sertifikat, international certificate as presenter. Kalau mereka enggak itu, berarti enggak dapat. Ini suaraku masuk ke Zoom nggak? Bisa. Okay, good afternoon for all participants in the room Zoom. We will start a presentation for your presentation at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. And then if you know what the number of the room Zoom, you can join. Yeah, you can join. Udah dibagi? Okay. Breakout room. Yeah, you can choose breakout room. Breakout room 1, Yan Hizu, and then Jessica Arsela Anggraini, Samsir Alam, Mary Sasdi, Siti Rohayati, Ilham Muhammad Nur, Bini Syafitri, Messi Haziza Putri, Meisela Rizky Arinsia, Hanifa Nurahmi, Dr. Reni Kusminiarti MPD, dan Bapak Rustiwono. Silakan untuk ke breakout room 1. Itu sama yang ini. Okay, the next break room 2, Cheng Lili, Anton Abdullah, Yeti Komalasari, Anggen dari Puji Wahyunisi, Muhammad Asfi Romdon, Anissa Bella Haryanti, Dwi Nofriensi, Jody Ashar, Immanuel Ivan Sianturi. Please to enter the break room 2.
Udah kayak dikecek-kecek di lampu.
Udah menambah belum? Udah nambah-nambah belum?
Ini baru satu masih.
Cek beda dengan perhitunganmu. Perhitungan dengan bisa dikecek rumus ini. Masih Indonesia rumusnya soalnya. Nggak keburu lagi.
And then the room Zhang Nadia Nur Ifani, Yulianti, Maris Datul Aini, Puan Aisyah Maharani, Erita M. Lumban Batu, Sonia Surabina BRD Pari, Nur Halilah Tuljannah, Ima Setiani, Ariska Dwi Cintami, Nista Melida. Please to enter to
SMA enggak apa-apa. Tapi bacanya ya itu. Your high school age.
Breakout room 4, I Gusti Agung Ayu Mas Oka, Dwi Guru Rulismi, Trituli Stella, Resti Fitriani, Sabila Guti Ameda Paza, Aditya Eka Putri, Hera Anis Kartika, Rita Mulyani, Untung Putrajaya, dan Agus Firnandi. And then the last break room 5, Dini Palupu Putri, Bapak Hart.
Duh, nama-nama ini belum boleh keluar terlalu. Iya. Rubah deh itu, rubah kan?
Oke, di break room 5, Dini Palupi Putri, Hartoyo, Made Didi Setiawan, Kasmaini, Yunita Sari, Titiah Tiga Utami,
Background coy.
Nur Intan Malinda, Sehli Bisa, Nesi Wahyuni, Resti Nur Fitriani, Ayuni Nisa Safira. Oke, silakan the picture about the PPT.
Ya lu sakitnya tangan aku udah sama pagi please. Loh. Iya nih. Kalau itu lah.
Oke, break room 3, Zhang Yu, Nadia, Nur Ivani, Yulianti, Marisda Satul Aini, Puan Aisyah Maharani, Erika M. Lumban Batu, Sonia Surabina.
Baik, ini sampai masih di room utama.
Oh, dipindah.
Ada berapa masih?
Ini belum utama semua.
Yang di sini. Yang lain udah masuk ini. Enggak yang foto utama. Ini bacakan itu.
Oh, kita aja yang minta.
Biar kita yang minta.
Room 1, Zah Yan He Zhou, Yan He Zhou, Jessica Arsela Anggraini, Jessica Arsela Anggraini, Samsir Alam, Mary Sasdi,
Sampai emang belum dikirim ya?
Siti Rohayati, Backroom 1,
Kau di mana? Belum. Oh.
ya. Ilham Muhammad Nur, Samsir Alam 1, Dini Syafitri, habis. Rustiono Reni Kusminiarti, Hanifa Nurrahmi, Maisela Rizky Arincia. Hah? Yunita 3. Agus Firnandi di room 4. Apa?
Nanti di briefing ya kalau ini sampai kita nggak malam. Kalau rasanya dia masukkan ya grup ya. Satu lagi pakai question. Infokan, saya nggak pakai mic ya, saya nggak pakai mic supaya nggak kedengeran. Yang pertama harus diinformasikan, ini kan kalian sudah punya urutan nama. Seandainya mereka kita dipanggil, nggak ada sampai 3 kali, udah. Atau kalian bisa cek sudah di layar atau ada atau enggak ya, skip aja. Dilanjutkan biar cepat selesai. Terus belum masih. Habis itu setelah itu mereka setelah paparan waktunya hanya dikasih tahu dari awal pakai bahasa Inggris karena Anda sebagai moderator ya. 10 menit pertanyaan paling lama, pertanyaannya hanya 3 menit 3 menit untuk kita jawab, berarti harus bukan satu aja. Oke? Setelah itu selesai presentasi, moderator boleh memberikan apa namanya daftar kehadiran secara pribadi. Jadi mereka nggak boleh secara pribadi. Setelah mereka presentasi baru kasih silakan online link yang ini untuk ini mana ya tadi? Linknya ada. Nanti kita share di grup ya, kita ada grup. Oceri ini ya. Tolong dong, Mbak, ini zoomnya Pak. Cari ini Pak Hartoyo, Pak Agus, masuk
Bentar, belum connect. Ano? Ano ya?
mana yang mainannya?
Itu aja yang belum masuk. Di daftarnya nggak ada.
Loh, apa jawabnya? Oh, saya join here, to know you here.
Okay. Please attention. In the 5-minute letter, we will start the presentation, and you are as a presenter can guide it by moderator. Room 4 and room 5. Before we start any question for all the participants, any questions? You can raise your hand or you can open your camera. If there is no question, please moderator for all moderators can guide uh, this time. Please.
Aku ulangi mau. Ulangi mau.
something that is possible. Why don't you have to be all of standar whether it is qualified or not, depends on the standard, always approved by the government. And it is very important to make sure that the education is in the standard. Education standard will be different things. Mean that quality of all parts. All the education institutions are the center of the minimum can be standard. This is one of the center of in development education of the government. So, MMS in the standard is one of the centers around developing minimum service standard in our country is definitely from the early education
Udah selesai ya? Ini udah selesai. Ini kalian udah selesai? Udah selesai. Oh, satu. Nanti masih ada dua yang kita
Wabarakatuh.
Dari tadi
Ah, Labuan Pulau Jawa apa bendahara? Kece aja.
ada habis Bang.
Ada. Belakang ini, belakang.
Tangan. Duduk dulu semuanya kita mau closing.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Finally,
Kosong. Tapi mereka masih di situ semua kan? Ya, makasih ya anak saya.
mana?
Ini aja bapaknya kata online conference ini tahu apa sebelum ditutup kata dari sedikit kata penutup dari closing remark ketua prodi baru nanti ketua panitia kan ada bro kata apa ya kata apa closing speech atau kata kenangan apa namanya ekspresi apa ya kesan dan pesan apa pesan ya closing remark aja
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Professor Badini as the chief of the seminar committee, and then the Honorable Professor Sudarwan Danim MPD, and then the Honorable Dr. Randy Wirakramadana MPD, and all the committee lecturer or participant both online or offline in the online conference of Education Research International Oceri 2023 Universitas Bengkulu, Saturday, November 11, 2023. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Finally, Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Finally, we are finished our online conference Oceri 2023 until 15 on 15 p.m. And then before closing, I will ask to Professor Sudarwandanim to yes. Okay, closing remark from Professor Bagni as the chief of the seminar committee, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have reached the end of the second online conference of Education Research International, and it is our task to provide some closing remarks. It is a sad task because we shall closing the door on lively and stimulating debate and discuss, as well as taking farewell to friend and associate we are. However, it is also a privilege and an honor to be entrusted with such understanding and undertaking. Sorry, at the gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the world, educational research and innovation. All with all such event at this seminar has been outstanding example. Our mind have been assailed by current of ideas, information, interpretation, and vision, and will be probably be a day or two before we can sift through them all as consolidate our own personal perspective. We really appreciate the support we have received from members of the media and concerning our activities. It is very important that the views expressed here are disseminated to a wider readership and audience, and clearly this task has been very capable hands. We are too grateful to all those who have been involved in the organization of this event, whose contribution we highly value. Excellent ladies and gentlemen, seeing the Oceri is international seminar, which is done every year, we look forward to seeing you again in the next year, when we shall conference to discuss another topical theme affecting the educational research and innovation. Thank you all, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and God blessing to be upon you all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Give applause. Thank you very much for the speech remark. And then the next, a message and impression from the head of the Universitas of Bengkulu, Doctoral Education Study Program, is Professor Sudarwandanim. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Doctor of Education, Faculty of Teacher Training Education, Universitas Bengkulu, I would like to say all of you, thank you very much, especially for keynote speaker from Japan, Malay, and Brunei, and Indonesia, who have delivered the academic paper very well. We also wanted to participate, but from Indonesia, China has presented the academic paper in this session, especially in parallelization. Thank you for all committee members who have been important part of making event effectively. Inshallah, we will be reunited at the Oceri batch 3 session in 2024. Hopefully, all the people presented in published as well as and as soon as possible. By saying Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, Oceri 2023 is officially closed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Okay, for all participants, finally, I'm Fitri as a host of the event. I apologize if there were any mistakes while hosting the event, and I would like to thank for all the committee lecturers and then our participants both online or offline to the online coverage of Education Research International Oceri 2023. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, for all participants, you will get certificate from email. Okay, thank you very much.
Di foto
Ya.
kalau bisa di foto Mufid di foto sesi ada nggak bisa di foto ya foto nggak foto di link di jaringan ya fotonya di jaringan ya ada link Zoom.
Okay, before we leave from Zoom, please open your camera. We will to take the pictures together. Okay, please, all participants, to open your camera. Okay, 1, 2, 2. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 2. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Udah?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I love you all. Okay. All the committees, thank you very much. Terima kasih teman-teman. Good job. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, next project kita mau ke luar negeri ya.
Oke.